All right, I think we're good here. Ooh. Let's make sure the bot works, I think. Figured out what was wrong with it. There we go. Cool. So there's the Discord link. I somehow erased the commands last week. I don't know what I did. Must have been my fault, you know? We're starting a little bit earlier than I usually do, I think. So we'll just kind of give it a second. In the meantime, I have 17 desktops to remove. Guess I'll pull this over to a different window. Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you as well. Hope your day is going well wherever you are. Pacific, it's 8 a.m. So we've got a game going here. Ooh, let's get rid of that audio. I do have audio on the menu, but hey, Prince, how's it going? Technically, we have a modal. We do need to stylize it a little bit, but we have a modal. We can start the game. I added new controls. So I integrated Leafwing. So we've got like actual full positioning controls and everything. Character no longer looks like it's, always facing the same direction. Keyboard works too, or should. I guess it's arrow keys, not WASD. So that's all good. There's still some issues with like how high the collider and the mesh are, but I'll fix those at some point. I'm thinking today we'll do some like AI kind of stuff, some spawning of pseudo NPCs and have them walk up to maybe like the center block or something, and then we'll have an interaction. Love the little animation. Hey, Miner, how's it going? The animations are pretty good. There's a little bit of like work that I need to do for transitionary stuff. But in the end, this isn't the character I'm going to use, and the other characters in this pack are also not what I'm going to use. They're just kind of like placeholders at the point. So at some point, I'm going to make my own characters. I don't know that there is a good way to. Well, so we're using Bevy Tenua for the character controller at the moment. And Bevy Tenua's animation integration is fairly complicated. I did some refactoring yesterday, so hopefully this will be a little bit cleaner. But there's this one file that's just like Bevy Tenua animation stuff. It's got one system in this plugin, and then like the next 400 lines are dedicated to dealing with animations from Bevy Tenua. So it's like not really trivial. But it does give us some interesting states here where you can be like starting an animation or slowing down from something that was too fast or and whatnot. So I think I need to split up some of the animations that are in the pack with the character to account for that. Hey, Steve. Good morning. How's it going? Because right now, I think we only have in the game scene, we'll have the animation list. So we only have these animations. Static is like the one where it's almost like a T-pose. There's idle, walk, sprint, jump. We're seeing sprint when they're running around. We have jump and fall, but we don't have like jump maintain or like start jump or like anything like that. So that's going to have to come in at some point in the future. There is some other stuff. This pack has a bunch of wheelchairs, so you can sit down in the wheelchair, and then there is like some wheelchair specific animations for, turning and going and whatever. And then a couple of emotes, melee, kick. So like there's a decent amount of animations, but not all the animations that we would want. So we're gonna have to redo that at some point. That's not gonna be today. Today is gonna be some, we're gonna spawn some capsules in, use the navigation mesh to get them to go to a certain place, and then try to interact with them a little bit. So I think what we have to do actually to start with is, in our game scene, there's a collider for like all the blocks falling, basically. This is one on every tick. So I think we'll want to actually get rid of this for now. Randomize washers, gain over spawners. I think spawners is also something we want to get rid of, because that's responsible for all the falling blocks that we saw. I don't think game over does anything right now. Oh no, I know what game over does. Game over is like one plane beneath everything else. So if you fall off the side, basically it resets you. So that should be fine. Is the character disabled? Yeah, there are wheelchairs. So yes, absolutely. This is like a general use pack from Kenny. So Kenny assets. I think it's a fairly new one. Mini characters. So it's this pack. So you get like, 3 by 4. So 12 characters, a bunch of little accessories and stuff. There's like glasses and a cane and some wheelchairs and stuff like that. So they can stand up and walk around. They can use crutches. They can go in the wheelchair. They can do a whole bunch of stuff, which is great. Fantastic. Hey, Roberto. Hey, Richard. How's it going? Good morning. CG Dive is pretty good at rigging for some different game engines. Yeah, I think I will get around to rigging at some point. There's a plugin specifically, either Rigify or Easy Rig or something like that is what I'm going to end up using. But we'll see. They're placeholder stuff anyway. So when we start this game, we should see no more like spawned in cubes arbitrarily. Technically, when we hit this, if I can run and catch this little red thing, technically when I hit the little red capsule, it's supposed to spawn more, but we just disabled that. There's also a little bit of an issue with the UI where it only renders if I resize the window. So at some point we'll have to fix that too. I also switched the virtual grid to this little box so I can kind of turn the grid on and off in place, which I like a lot more than just having the grid on all the time. This will be like for placing things in the environment. Like you get an upgrade, you need to place a new, machine or whatever. That also affects the nav mesh, which is really nice. So all of that's working. And then, yeah, our camera isn't like, while it's got this isometric viewpoint, it's not exactly like it's not moving, with the character at all. I think we want it to move at least a little bit, bounded by the level. And then I probably want to split the level into like a customer area and then like your little work area or whatever. I haven't really decided yet, but. So the idea for today is that I want to spawn in some like extra characters. I want them to use the nav mesh to get to like this cube or something like that. I want them to kind of like line up at the cube. I don't know exactly how we're going to do a lineup. So maybe not. And then you're going to have to walk over and like interact with them to get stuff. So we'll have to figure out how to do that. Probably some sensors for that. And then for doing like the pickup, maybe some UI stuff. I don't know that UI is particularly the way that I want to do that. But we'll see. Maybe they'll just drop it off here and walk away. But we do need to spawn in some extra characters. So I think we'll create a new button here. I'm kind of using these as like debug buttons on the left-hand side. So I think we'll just create another button, and then that will spawn in a character that then tries to use the nav mesh to get to a point. So I do need Blender open here. Because we are gonna, why does my AC keep turning off? That's gonna not be fun. Update Blender kit. Let's not do that right now. Let's defer. Let's not update any plugins on stream. That sounds like a good idea. What do y'all think? Open recent. I think it's this one. So I guess technically I really want another desktop. I just got rid of all my desktops. Okay, so we've got a test cube here. We can get rid of that component. I think we'll use... Let's get rid of this. Well, I don't know if we should get rid of this test. Let's get rid of the test. Let's add a new cube in here, or a new something. I guess we'll do... I guess the cube is fine. We don't really have a reason to do anything else. Because we don't actually have like a real solution for this yet. Smart, because then the stream could become how to fix. To be fair, I do a lot of like fixing of stuff, and that is probably useful for people. But I don't know that a Blender add-on is really what we want to spend our time on today. I think I have PRs in pretty... Well, except for Tenua. Tenua, I definitely don't have a PR in. But I've got PRs in Velo. I don't have any in Navigator yet, I don't think. But clearly I have like Blender and Woodpecker and all that stuff patched in from local dependencies and stuff like that. Okay. So how do I want to do this? I want to do in the main menu, or the game menu anyway. So we're using Woodpecker. Woodpecker is finally out. Woodpecker. I don't know why I said Woodpecker. Let me dump this in chat. Did I finish my Bevy Game Jam game? This is kind of a continuation of my Bevy Game Jam game. My Bevy Game Jam experience was mostly using Woodpecker, which was not actually open sourced yet. And then Blenvy, which also hasn't even had an alpha release yet. And a couple of other crates that are very, very new or pre-release. So my goal for the Game Jam was to figure out how to work with those. Why are we in light mode? We're in light mode because I switched it over to light mode to do data entry for this week in Bevy. That's why we're in light mode. Where was I? Oh yeah, so my Bevy Game Jam experience is basically like, I want to discover the new and emerging workflows. I want to work with some of the newer crates and help them get to like a point of release. And I just want to figure out some like new ways to work with different things. So my experience for the Bevy Game Jam was mostly figuring out this Blender workflow and trying to figure out where it breaks down, what the issues are, so that when they actually do their release at some point here, I can start explaining that to people and they can go and get off the ground running. And then Woodpecker also, I'm really enjoying Woodpecker as a UI library. It is alpha right now, effectively, or like just open sourced. Open sourced like this week. So you do have to depend on it from Git, I believe. I don't think there's an actual release. But it's quite nice. It's where we're getting the this main menu and all these animations and stuff. What is going on with my scroll bar? Damn. It's 11 p.m. here and dark mode is better. Yeah, I prefer dark mode in general. So I know the game isn't in dark mode, but yeah, all these buttons that are kind of like animating in and stuff, those are all woodpecker. I'm very happy with woodpecker currently. I've got a couple of examples in the works for different things. I built the Hades start menu UI in vanilla Bevy, and I'm redoing that with woodpecker to see what the differences are. But if we exit this out, you can kind of see that I've got widgets. So I've got my own main menu widget here. I've got a bundle associated with that that has some like content, some offset for the animations and stuff. And then Bevy mod picking for all the clicking, which looks like might make it into 0.15. I don't know how fleshed out it's going to be, but I've seen some PRs going in. So if I want to add a new button, I just add the new button. And on pointer click, we'll name this one spawn NPC, and I'm going to bump up the delay on the button transition a little bit. And then when we click on this, we're not going to do any of that. We're going to have mute commands. And I think for now, I'll just info log. Because we're going to need to also add these other characters or something to Bevy Asset Loader. So maybe we just do a capsule here. We can just kind of like do a very simple, straightforward kind of approach. So I'm going to go check the examples because I always forget the new syntax for 3D shapes. There's like a kind of like a new builder API effectively. And I can never, for the life of me, remember how to do this for each of these. I think especially because I work with spheres a decent amount. So it's always like, and I always forget which ones are the Bevy math elements and which ones are the like meshed versions. I don't know. I just don't have that in my head yet. So we're going to do that. We're going to do, I guess, a PBR bundle. We don't need a custom material or anything. So basically this, and then a capsule 3D default. Could you spawn another grid that is vertical? You mean like a placement grid, like that virtual grid that we have? Totally. Yeah, we could 100% do that. I'm not going to because it doesn't really have any impact on our like game. Like that's not really like a thing that I want in the game. But we could totally do that. So we've got meshes and materials. This is a mutable resource for the meshes in the assets database, mutable resource for the standard materials in the assets database. So when we do this, I think we actually need that here, now that I think about it. I don't know why I put this in the main. We don't want it in the system because these are callbacks, and the callbacks will run at an arbitrary time. So effectively, we've got like system-like callbacks here that we can then just put these things in like this. This will be meshes.add capsule 3D. Guess we'll do a default if I can not capitalize default. This says debug material. I don't know what they're using for debug material. I think that's just going to be shapes extent. Do you have to center this yourself? Yeah, I guess you do, don't you? We'll just go 0, 0 for now. I think that actually what we're going to want to do is probably like place it back a little bit from our counter. And this is going to be, I'm going to name this customer, I guess. We don't need a rotation. Hey, trying to implement an observer on a value changing component so the systems just update the value without side effects. But I'm having problems using commands for static lifetimes. Yeah, my closure is making Rust format go crazy because I don't actually have, like, it's not a valid piece of code yet. Right? Like, I need this. I need derive component on my customer NPC. We probably want that to be reflected, but I'm going to leave it for a second. PBR bundle, I don't think I've even pulled in yet. And then material is the other thing. And they have it. UV debug texture? Where's the UV debug texture? Is that built in these days? I didn't know that. Oh, no, they did their own UV debug texture. Okay. Let's yoink this. Why not? I don't have any reason to not yoink this. This probably doesn't need to be anywhere special, so we'll just put it here. Extent 3D is how we define kind of like WGPU types for what these are going to be. It's a two-dimensional texture, so just like a regular PNG. The texture format is RGB8 unsigned normalized. I think that's what that is. And then our render asset usages is it's only going to be used in the render world. We don't need it in the regular world. It's just going to be used for material. And then they have a little function call that uses it, right? Yeah. So this will be the debug material. There is another place that you can get debug materials or like UV textures. Images.add. I guess we do need images then. Images, res mute, assets, image. Is that right? And then this is going to be debug material. I guess we can skip the main menu now. So this on-click should spawn a UV textured capsule. You're trying to implement an observer on value change. That doesn't exist yet, right? So observers on value change is a new feature. There's our NPC there. That is the wrong direction to put it. I want to put it on the other side. So let's put it 10 over here. And let's do like 5 or something. I think what we'll end up doing is defining the spawn area in Blender and using the spawn area or like finding the spawn area to actually spawn these in. Because we want them to spawn like at the front door or whatever, right? If this is like a little shop. But that's good enough for the moment. Hello, hello. Yeah, so you were right. Hooks are amazing with Blenvy together. Works like a charm. Nice. Nice. Glad that's working out for you. I think it's a really neat way to integrate. I don't know how we would have done it exactly before component hooks. Oh, I mean, I know how we would have done it. We would have done an on add of whatever, and it would have been a little bit more annoying. But yeah, the observer, like the mutation observer, is not even like an actual PR yet, right? So I think we're calling it on mutation. I don't remember what we're calling this. Observer. If I do observer and I do PRs, it'll be draft PRs because I don't think it's in yet. Open, closed. How do you search for draft PRs? Is that not a thing? That's unfortunate. Anyway, on mutate, not on mutation. This is a draft PR. It hasn't made it in yet, so it's not in 0.14 for sure. Like 100% not in 0.14. Might make it into 0.15. Still a draft, obviously. So like, there's a lot of conversations around UI and reactivity and how that works with BSN and the scene format, et cetera, which is literally thousands and thousands of words of conversation if you want to actually catch up. But yeah, I don't know what you mean by update without side effects, because updating a value is an effect. You're having an issue using commands for static lifetime. It's hard for me to determine from chat what you mean, Miner. So if you want to drop that in Discord, I can take a look. But overall, I would probably run a system, check for the on change, and then update, rather than using an observer today. Okay, let me format this because that closure looks wonky. I don't know why my Rust Analyzer in VS Code sometimes doesn't like to format things, but if I run it on the command line, then it'll immediately format. Okay, so this one's the NPC. We're not really concerned about that. Now we have a customer NPC. This customer NPC hopefully will be able to use the nav mesh. So I guess we go back to nav mesh. And this is targeting. So I guess we do, when we spawn this in, we want it to have a like desired target. We don't really have a state machine of any kind yet, so I'm just kind of like using a component. I think we'll just hard code it for the moment. But we do probably need to keep the state in the component, even if we hard code it. So customer NPC behavior, probably long term this turns into seldom state. We'll query for, I guess, entities right now. That have this marker. We didn't make it public from the other place. We're kind of scattering customer NPC code around right now, so I'm not too concerned about where it lives, because I'll refactor it into probably a central location at some point. And we don't actually have, whatchamacallit, we don't have multiple crates. Why is that not getting pulled in? Pub struct customer NPC. Game menu comes from game scene, I believe, which is not a pub mod. So now we get to pull that in. Leave a to do here for a moment. Choose target if none is set. I need to make chat bigger. Something about StreamerBot reset and it changed my settings. Minimize quotes, user interface. Credit quotes, compiler, about, settings. I don't see a way to set that. That's unfortunate. Oh, there's a little settings thing up here. There we go. Let's make this 24 or something like that. There we go. Now I can now I can read. Customer NPC behavior. We're gonna put this just running all the time, I think. In this case, we're doing run if in-state app state in-game, but I implemented pausing. We don't have a pause menu yet, but we do have a pause substate. So I'm going to do is paused running so that not only are we in-game, but we are not paused. And then nav mesh gets set up on in-game or on enter in-game. And then we need to give a target. This is give target auto. This looks for the thing. So nav mesh get current mesh whatever. There's some transformations happening here that are interesting. I think we'll need this because the way the nav mesh works is it's a 2D nav mesh, but it's like rotated through the mesh and placed in the right spot. So I think we do need to do this like transformed as in mesh situation. Because if it's not, if the point we choose isn't in the mesh, actually this is just spawning, so that's fine. You mean by side effects, like should value be updated based on some conditions, but all I do in system is something like ammo, update, old +1. Ammo is defined at startup. I guess like if you're using ammo, wouldn't you set that value at the point at which you used the ammo, not... remaining, whatever, command spawn, target. Target is being automatically selected as the target. So that means that our code for actually following is not that function. Trigger visibility, move object. Move object is what we're looking at. This is how you get from one to another. Where is our query? Transform path, entity, object, path. If we make it to the target, remove path, right? So for every object, which is the... This is badly named because objects are also the things we call like the static things that affect the nav mesh holes. So I'll have to change that. But we've got the target current and the transform. In this case, target is our path. Path comes from the navigator. We could, for the moment, also put I think we're using object as the update, right? No, we're using avian as the obstacle. Okay, so object is whatever. So when we spawn this, if we put object on here, we should get some automatic movement instead. You don't have to code something special for it. Yada yada, command spawn, customer NPC, object none. I don't think this is public. Object. Let's make this pub for a second. For entity, whatever. And then when we spawn in our target, that's being given to the object that we want to run. So actually what we're going to end up doing is giving it some arbitrary entity to follow. I think by putting object on this, we will be querying for it automatically when we drop in the new target, because entity transform object without path will give it the target. So we should be able to skate by just doing like this object component, because this object component exists here. Assuming I did that correctly, because it doesn't look like it is happy currently. Oh, private fields, right. Because when we place this object on there, when we spawn in the target, we set it for all the objects currently. So this should automatically happen for us, as long as everything is public. And there isn't really an API there yet, so that's fine. And then the entity that we'll want to move it towards is going to change over time. So we'll probably want to move it towards this block in the center first. Oh, that's really funny. They have different targets. I guess that's because we're looping. Get a quick recording of that ridiculousness. So this is using the nav mesh for all of our NPCs that have spawned in to go to their own targets at the moment. That's not exactly what we want to be happening per se, but it proves that it will work. The other thing that I was going to say is if you need a UV mesh, UV texture, I think the one they use on the Wikipedia page is actually a generative tool. Where is this? UV checker map. This one. So this is pretty dope, because you can kind of get whatever UV texture you want to as an image and then use that. So if you ever do just need an image to lay onto something, this is a great site to use. Is the character going to compete with the NPCs for washers and dryers? No, the idea is that we're going to have customers come in that you have to serve. And then the NPCs are going to come in with different kinds of laundry that you then need to like manually do like little Among Us tasks to like sort and put in the right places and stuff. So right now what we're doing is just making sure that the spawning of NPCs and the targeting from them to something works. And then we need them to behave in particular ways. I haven't decided how I want them to behave yet, honestly. Because we can have these capsules and they can go towards the center area. It would also be fun if these lights were different colors. we wanted to spawn at like the doorway, right? Which is going to be like over here somewhere or something like that. We haven't defined like a level truly yet. But that's fine. So we want the NPCs to spawn at some specific spot that we'll define in Blender. We want them to move towards the counter. At some point in the future, they will have more complicated movement. There will be things in like the waiting room or whatever that they might get distracted by. They need to make it to the counter. You need to receive like, you know, their suit or whatever they want you to do. You know, maybe somebody comes in with like goggles or like snorkels and it's like, here are all the bathing suits that we used at the beach. We need them to be cleaned. And then you need to put them in different places. So what will end up happening is you'll have like some things back here that you've spawned in that do different things, you know, whether they are like the dry cleaning station or the washing machine or the dryer or whatever. And you'll have to take in the different kinds of clothes and put them in the right places and then do little tasks or whatever to actually get them to be cleaned. And then the customer will come back, you'll give them back the clothes, you'll get some kind of like score, they'll get angry at you or not or something like that. And that's kind of the vibe that I'm going for at the moment. Some kind of little cozy laundromat. Okay. So let's start with picking a place for these to spawn in the map. Right, so we've got our map here. Where is the nav mesh? It's not instanced in here, so it's got to be in the library, right? Which means that it's this. The unfortunate part currently is that I don't think we can have holes in the predefined nav mesh. So like, for example, here we have a nav mesh with a hole in the very center. But once it starts dynamically updating with objects that you place, that is no longer possible currently, as far as I'm aware. So if we wanted this to not be dynamically updated, we would be fine. And that all works, but it doesn't work otherwise. So maybe we do... I feel like it's also slightly hard to figure out where things exactly are supposed to go. Let's see. Let's do a plane. Let's do grab what, Shift Z, because that is the... Oop, that's not what I want to do. Grab Shift Z because that's the plane, and then we'll place... I think we're going to need to either make the nav mesh bigger to fill this plane or something like that. I think that the camera in our Bevy app is actually over here, so we'll place it over here. I think we're actually looking at it like this. So TBD on whether this is the right place to place this, but customer spawner is what we'll call this. And it's just going to be an area. I guess it could be a point, right? Instead of being a mesh. But it would be nice to randomly sample from that location. Guess we could do that programmatically too. A lot of open questions about what the best way to do things like this is. So customer spawner, I think that we want to have a component that labels this, so we'll have to make a component here. I think it's the right time to start a like NPC module. Use Bevy, Prelude, Star. And empty, does GLTF support those? I think so. I don't know exactly, honestly. A point would be fine. An empty could be useful. We'll find out in a second. We'll try to use an empty at some point here. I think that the defining a mesh, I think, is the best approach, because I think that I know that we'll be able to pull that in and then randomly sample from it inside of Bevy. What is the, I forget what the trait is called. Boundary of, interior of sample. So we'll be able to, as far as I'm aware, use the interior of, that's the struct, shape sample. We'll use the shape sample trait on that mesh, because I believe there's a triangle-based sampling implementation that will then be able to give us a randomized point on that mesh that we could then use to spawn. That's my plan anyway, because I don't want them to all like run at the exact same point. I kind of want them to be a little bit randomized when they come in the doors. You know, if it's like double doors, they should be like one in the center, one on the left, one on the right, like that kind of thing. So that's my point. That's why I'm going with a mesh here at the moment. We could write our own randomization. It could be in code. I do kind of want to lean on the idea of being able to do design work or like logic definition inside of Blender. Not like writing code inside of Blender, but like setting up constraints inside of Blender. So if I want them to spawn in a specific area with a random distribution, I want to be able to put either a plane or an empty or whatever in a spot, label it with a component, and then have that drive the, or have that attached to the code in Bevy that is then driving the random sampling and the spawning. So we need a component here, which we will also reflect. And that reflection needs to include the component data. And then we'll name this customer NPC spawner. I don't think we need any other component there. We'll probably want like a spawn customer NPC. We already have this though, right? We have the click. I think I'm going to make this an observer at the moment. There's a couple of, I wouldn't say conflicting per se, but there's a couple of options for how to spawn things in today inside of Bevy. One of them obviously is you can just write command spawn wherever you want. Another is you can write a custom command implementation, which gives you direct access to the world, which is absolutely useful as well. There's also like observer-based spawning at this point. And then there's like a more complicated version of if you want to write like a struct with generics and you have the use case of a specific set of children, you could write a generic that is required to implement bundle and then put that on your struct and then just kind of like nest that. I'm a little bit less of a fan of that unless it's like included in Bevy proper, because like newer users are not going to be able to deal with the generics appropriately. Whereas telling them to do something like a command implementation also is a little bit complicated because you don't deal with worlds inside of regular systems. So telling them to do observers gives them basically the same thing they're using everywhere else, which makes it easy for them to write, other than this trigger that has to be customer NPC spawn event. Other than this trigger, which has to be the first item. So this will also need to be, I think we can derive event for this. I don't think we need data here because we're going to randomize on that mesh. Let's query for customer NPC spawners. And what do we actually want to query here? I think we're probably going to iter for the mesh, like the underlying mesh, probably. So maybe we take the handle to a, I think we're gonna query for entities that have the customer NPC spawner. We'll iter descendants to find the mesh below it. I guess we could put the label on the mesh itself as well. I don't know that I see a downside of doing that. I think that will be fine. But the important part is we need to reflect this component. Customer NPC spawner. And then I wrote a new feature. So cargo run features only write registry. We do need to include this in our actual application at the moment, or the type will not be included. Do your meshes require a face? You could make a hole by removing the face, maybe. Oh, I don't think we don't need to worry about that at the moment. I think that for us, a rectangular nav mesh is fine. And then we can actually stick the obstacle component on anything that we want to actually be an obstacle. And that will work out for us. I don't think we need anything more complicated than that currently. So this should hopefully compile and write out the registry, which we can then start to use inside of Blender. Assuming that I actually wrote correct code. Which it doesn't look like I did. It says the schema's done. Something went wrong there. Not sure what went wrong. But if we check for customer spawner and plane, and we look for customer NPC spawner, then we should be able to add that here and save, which means that we should be able to find this. So spawn customer NPC. This is going to be an observer. This is going to look for the customer NPC spawn event, which I'll make pub. We put the spawn over in the click, which is like a weird place to put it. Like it's fine, but it's a weird place to put it. We'll drag this over into here. We need all of these. And then we need the logic as well. That can get deleted, and this goes in here. The UV debug texture probably should live in its own location, but the only place we're using it right now is the customer NPC, so I think I'll just drag it over into the customer NPC area. And then we'll need to pull in a couple of different imports from the other. So our options are to do that all manually or to do this. And then we don't have anything to deal with here, right? Customer NPC also needs to come in to the customer NPC area. The nav mesh is having an issue for some reason. It's because the customer NPC behavior. Did we include this in the struct? We did. That doesn't actually do anything yet, so we're good for a second. The game menu still has an issue for some reason. Oh, right, because I didn't actually remove any of this. So we'll get rid of all of this. Commands. Instead of commands.spawn, we're going to use commands.trigger. Customer NPC spawn event. I'll format that from the CLI because apparently VS Code doesn't like... I feel like VS Code updates in the background is really what happens. And when VS Code updates in the background, it ends up breaking things that are running. And I'm not really sure why. Okay, so we've got customer NPC stuff. We've got the event triggering. This should spawn something. Or actually, this won't actually spawn where we want it to yet, but it should spawn in general. So let's run this. So clicking spawn NPC does in fact spawn an NPC. It also spawns a target, which we'll clean up in a second. All of these spawn in the same exact place. I feel like I saw something up here that was telling me something didn't load. Yeah, those are fine. It's like a Chinese character set bitmap font for some reason. I'm not really sure why that tries to get loaded. Failed to generate vertex tangents using the mixed space algorithm. Okay, TBD on that. Not currently affecting us. Blenvy will get significantly less noisy over time. Okay, so we're going to spawn the customer NPC. We probably want the mesh from the spawner. I guess if there are multiple spawners, we would probably want to choose one randomly or have one labeled. I think that for now, we'll just assume there's one. Spawners.get single else warn only expected one spawner. Return. So now we'll have the spawner entity. I guess the spawner entity, we placed this on the mesh, right? So we don't really need the entity so much as we need the handle to the mesh, which does need to be a shared reference. So this is spawner entity, and this is spawner mesh. guess that's mesh handle technically. So the other thing we can do we need, okay, so how do we do shape sampling is the next question here. The shape sample we're going to have a mesh. Is shape sample implemented? It is in the list. Is the list the right list? Traits. That's just general traits. That is not a implementation. UVs, winding normals, attribute positions. I haven't tried to sample randomly from a mesh yet, so we are figuring this out together at the moment. Attributes, indices. We could also just check. We'll keep mesh open over here and we'll go back to shape sample. Why am I beach balling? There we go. Sample interior, sample boundary. Provided methods, modules, implementers. Analyst, capsule, sphere, extrusion. Actually, we might not be able to. I thought we could. I feel like triangle 3D is what we really need. So triangle 3D vertices. Vertices of vec3. So it's a list of triangles. Can we get a list of triangles from the mesh? Is that going to be attributes? I think that's going to be vertex position, mesh attribute position. This is the vertex colors example. No, it's not the example. It's actually the vertex colors code. Which should give us, so this is an F32.4 positions, and this is familiar. Vertex attribute values, float 32/2, that'll be our vec3. 4 positions equals cube attribute, mesh attribute position. I think this is what we want. So we will need the actual mesh. We'll copy this in for the moment. This isn't what we need exactly, but let spawner mesh, and we'll call the spawner mesh handle. I think this is going to be a sum. So, right, like let's sum spawner mesh equals meshes.get spawner mesh handle, else return warn no available mesh. Then we have a shared reference to our mesh. I think the shared reference to our mesh is enough for us to do this. We don't want to insert anything. We're not inserting the attribute colors, so that's fine. We need the positions. The positions here are going to come back as something that Rust Analyzer can't tell us because we didn't import. Vec3, or a vec of F32's length 3 inside of an array. So we have a vec of effectively array representation vec3, which I think is what we need. Let's go check the triangle 3D. So triangle 3D vertices is an array of vec3s. So it's 3 three-dimensional points. And what we have is a single point. So this is all of the individual positions, not the triangles. That's unfortunate. Can we get the triangle list? Get mesh. Index buffer. I mean, we could theoretically just generate the triangle list again from the index buffer and whatnot, but I feel like we should just have this, right? Like this should just be a thing that we can get. The indices are just the indices. So like 0, 1, 2, right? So we'll get, the indices are useful if we have to manually reconstruct this list, because it's effectively going to be like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.1, 0.3, 0.0, like that kind of thing. Like you need 3 indices to make a triangle. Primitive topology. That is not going to give us the actual list though. That'll just tell us whether it is a triangle list or not. And I believe it is, because I think things that come in from Blender are generally triangle lists. Insert indices, vertex size, vertex buffer data. Vertex data as bytes is not really what we want. That's not what we want. Vertex counts are not what we want. Maybe we do something really silly here and do, instead of doing vertex attribute values here, actually, vertex attribute values, can we do something else? No. Okay, so let's do something super silly. The new Project Zomboid. I don't actually know what Project Zomboid is. That's the second time in 2 days that I've heard it mentioned. One, not in relation to this project. Okay, so let's see what our data is here. We've got attribute IDs, vertex position, float 32 by 3, which is what we expected. This gives us basically 4 points. So we don't have triangles. Do we have an index list where we can reconstruct this? We've got vertex normals, vertex UVs, indices. We do have that indice list. You can see here in the way that I was talking about it earlier, we've got 0, 1, 3, 0, 3, 2. Those are our 2 triangles in the list. It does unfortunately look like we have to reconstruct this triangle list. I have a feeling in my gut that we really don't have to, and that there's a function here to do this for us. I just don't know what it is. Compute normals, contains attribute, count vertices. Maybe we do have to do it manually. I guess we should check the primitive topology if we're going to do this manually. Project Zomboid is an isometric view on a 2D map zombie game. Project Zomboid. Hopefully Googling this will not be. Check the Steam page, that'll be safe. Cool. That person needs to move. That's cool. The lighting is kind of wild. I guess it's just a survival then? Yeah, zombie survival, loot, build, craft, fight, farm, fish. That's cool. Board up your house. Plant crops. Obviously go fishing. How can you have a game without a fishing element? Do zombies only come in waves then? Or if only if you like really mess up. Like if you're in a car and you start honking your horn, they'll all come to you. That's cool. I'm not building Project Zomboid, but that is cool. That is a fun concept. Hey, just lurking, but I love your stuff. Thanks. Appreciate it. Glad you're finding it useful. Nice to see you in stream, Trevor. When you do laundry. When you do laundry. I don't know what that's in reference to. I mean, I know it's in reference to the game, but... Oh, yeah. If it was all zombies and they were like, do my laundry, that would be really funny. Like you're doing laundry for your customers, and when you put stuff in, a bunch of college kids come in that don't know how to do their laundry, and they're all just like, do our laundry, and they're kind of like zombies. That'd be funny. Primitive topology. Okay, let's do if spawner mesh. I guess we'll do matches. I always forget matches exist. Spawner mesh dot primitive topology, right? Triangle list. Return warn spawner is not a triangle list. From Velo, that's not what we want. Primitive topology. Primitive topology comes from Bevy render resource this. Why does it think it's in Velo? I mean, it is in Velo because Velo WGPU, so it's in WGPU through Velo. We're using Velo for the UI, which makes sense. But we want this here. I don't know why Rust Analyzer didn't want to give me that autocomplete, but it's fine. So if we don't match triangle list for primitive topology, then we have to return because the stuff that we're about to do is going to need a triangle list, or expect a triangle list anyway. So in this case, where are the indices? Here are the indices. So spawner mesh dot indices. I'm just continuing this pattern for the moment of like warn anytime there could be an issue, mostly because we're writing like development level code, and I want to know when things go wrong, because I almost guaranteed that they will go wrong at some point. Indices unavailable. And then can we, I guess we can get the positions by attribute, but is there a more direct way to get them? That's merging meshes, scale, rotate, insert. I didn't see a positions, so I think we do have to do attribute. So in that case, we have this list, and we can have this. We don't need that body. We'll do the same thing we've been doing. Sorry if this is painful for anybody watching me write so many error messages, but I would rather have them than not. So we have positions, we have indices, and we need to reconstruct a triangle 3D, right? Is there an easy way to construct this? Create a new triangle 3D from points A, B, and C. I guess that's not really what we want, right? Because we would need a lot of triangle 3Ds. So our other alternative is create a new rectangle from 2 corner points. Maybe we take the vertice position in the world and we construct a rectangle, and we just say this is going to work for rectangles for now. For some reason, I feel like there was mesh sampling. Maybe that's on main. I have this problem fairly often where I've seen a PR go in and I'm like, oh yeah, that's in Bevy already. But it's not. It's in main. It hasn't been released yet. So I don't think this is in 0.14. I think this is queued up for 0.15. Error messages is a given when programming. If you don't have error messages, then something is wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the alternative is panicking, but yeah. So this will be how we can do this in the future. So impl try from mesh for uniform mesh sampler, or something like that, I assume is what got implemented. So it'll be a lot easier in the future. It'll be one line. I don't think an implementation for a vec of triangle 3Ds exists in the release version. We could be sneaky and just take this implementation and then mark it as something that we will remove in the future. Let's see, triangles is a triangle 3D. We can make triangle 3Ds, we know that. Areas, this is measured 2D area. I hope that that would be... I think I'm not going to do this. I think I'm just going to convert it to a rectangle for now. And I'll leave a note that this is going to be a one-liner to swap for the mesh in the future. just because it feels like we could just take that and try to use it, or we could switch to main or whatever. I want to keep this on a generally usable level. With our last project, I did a bunch of forking of Bevy and stuff like that and added depth textures and stuff, which, by the way, the depth texture we used in that 2D game is merged in now. So that will go out in, wow, that was the wrong thing to search. That will actually go out in 0.15, which is really exciting. So that we'll be able to go back to that project and unfork it effectively. But yeah, I want this to be a little bit more generally useful to people. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take this, we're just going to guarantee that it's a rectangle. Float 32 by 3. I think that gives us, indices and positions. I think from the positions, I don't think we need the indices, is kind of what I'm thinking. So I think we'll just comment this out. We do have a triangle list. We will put an extra like check in here to make sure that we have 4 of these, I think. So let's do a little like to do 0.15. Uniform mesh sampling is now a thing. You can remove this rectangle assumption code. So when we hit 15, we'll remove this because I know it's coming down the pipe. And in the meantime, we'll take these positions, which I know I've checked like 3 times now, a vec of arrays of F32s. So those will be hopefully a length of 4. Warn a rectangle cannot be other shapes until 0.15. And then we need to do rect from corners, which are vec2s. So that's not what we want. Let's see. What else do we have here? We don't want a rect. We want rectangle is vec2. We want a cuboid, which does implement, that is a half size. So from corners. So if we have 4 points, is 4 points right? No, we do want a rect. Effectively, we want to do only planes. So we do have 4 points. 4 points gives us I guess any 2 would work, right? Except for the 2 that are across from each other. So maybe we just hope that they're in the right order for the moment. And we do rectangle from corners. And we're basically going to do a really awful hack Well, it's not going to be a really awful hack. It's honestly, it's not. It doesn't even make my list of hacks. I've written some bad code in my lifetime or in my career or whatever. Let's see. So Vec2 new. We're going to take positions 0, which is actually going to be an array of 3, right? So we're going to need positions. Wait. So y is going to be 0 for each of these vertices. We have 4 of the vertices. That should give us one of each of the corners. We need the xz's from each corner. We need 2 vec2s. But these are only going to be local. So just rectangle needs to be at a position, which we can just grab the transform. So that's good for us. And then how do we go from 4 points to 2 vec2s? Is that the easiest thing to do here? From size, new rectangle from a given full size. My brain is blanking on how to go from 4 points to 2 corners. Do we just skip one? I think we just skip one. So -1, 1. And -1, -1 would not be the correct points to pick. So maybe we just check for negative and positive? Because we need negative, negative, and positive, positive, right? So let's do a find for negative, negative, and positive, positive, and use those as the corners. I feel like there's an easier way to do that. That sounds like streamer brain solution. Okay, so positions dot find. This is an array, and we'll do r.signum, r0.signum. Why is that not liking my autocomplete? r0.signum equals -1 and r0 2. So r0 0 or no, r0 and r0 r0 and r2. So we're getting the array, which is one item, and we need the x and the y, or x and the z, because this is only going to be flat planed. I'm looking forward to 0.15 already. Signum, I think it's signum. Let negative corner equals this. Oh, right, we're not iterating yet. These are F32s, which is really unfortunate. I think this is guaranteed to be -1 for an F32. So we'll get negative corner and positive corner. Is there a better function here? Is there like an is negative? Oh, is sign negative. There we go. Why am I doing signum? Is sign negative. is sine negative. And then these can be is sine positive. I didn't know is sine positive and is sine negative existed. Okay, so we've got two arrays here, right? These need to unwrap. Warn unable to find negative corner. Same thing, let sum positive corner. Unable to find positive corner. And then positions length is not equal 4. I guess these are going to come after that, honestly. And then we have a rectangle, and a rectangle is going to be negative corner dot 0, negative corner dot z, or dot 2, positive corner dot 0, positive corner dot 2. There's an issue with that for some reason. This is going to be, because I missed a 2 on the vec2. And then this function takes 0 arguments, but 2 were supplied. Vec new, that's not what we want. Vec2, unknown field. Unknown field on an array? Oh, because they're indexed. So these will work. We know they'll work, so we'll just do the indexing. Hey, Chris, question. If your game has a lot of status effect timers, would you do it via 32 or 64? Like an F32 or an F64? I would use an F32 unless it wasn't enough precision. I think it's easier to work with F32s in general. You have to explicitly care about F64s. I think okay, those are all spawning, not in the right places, but yeah, I think personally I'd go with an F32. I don't have the answer for why you would need an F64 besides needing more precision. And I don't think that you'll be running timers fast enough to need that. But I have seen some of the physics libraries using F64 to get that extra precision. So I don't know that I wouldn't use an F64 unless I found the reason to, unless it was like F32s were not working for me. But I don't have the experience to know offhand. I can't think of a reason that I would need F64. Like the timers are going to be Bevy timers anyway, right? And like all of these deal with F32s. So I think if you use F64s, you'll just have a little bit of more conversion code if you're using Bevy timers. I don't know if there's an F64 timer. I don't actually know under the hood either how this data is. Stopwatch duration. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a rect. Sample interior with RNG should now work. We will need the transform of this mesh. Nice question. Now I feel like a clown for using I-128. I-120, I like integer 128. Yeah, I would definitely use Bevy timers before I used a 128 integer. I guess unless you're packing it your own way, but unless you have a special use case, I would just use what Bevy provides. Okay, meshes. What am I doing up here? I'm looking for the transform. We need the transform for this mesh in the world, right? Because we can sample the mesh size, but we still need that to be in the world somewhere for our spawn location. So sample is going to be a vec2, and then we'll have our transform. We need an RNG. They probably use the RNG in here. I need like thread local or something here, right? I don't actually know if I have rand RNG in my project yet. I don't have the sampler docs up anymore. Oh, that's because it was here. Implementors. Where is our thread RNG? Not worried about performance, so just going to do it right here. This will need to be, I think, a mutable reference to this. And then that'll be our sample. That'll be a vec2. That vec2 will be, you know, in this case, between 0 and 1 effectively. Or between -1 and 1. So our transform then will be the center of that plane. So transform. We'll clone the transform. We'll make this mutable because I'm going to do that. New transform dot x equals sample dot x. New transform dot z equals sample dot y. And then this needs to spawn not here, but here. Unknown field, because these are translations. So X and Z for translations. That is, I don't know, what, half an hour that we would have not spent if we had 0.15 already? So spawn NPC. NPCs are spawning from the middle. That feels weird. That feels like I did my math wrong. New transform. I guess the transform is on the parent because we put this on the mesh, right? So because this is a mesh and because it has a parent, the parent's going to have the transform that we want. We'll get the transforms. That was too much. There we go. Query for transform. And then this is not going to be transform. This is going to be parent. And then when we need parent is at this transform. So we do transforms dot get parent think it's .get if I remember correctly. And of course, this is going to be another chance at failure. Parent spawn mesh didn't have a transform. Right? Is this okay? This is a result. Okay, so then we have transform, we clone it, we do this. That should be the right thing for our use case, I believe. It doesn't look right though. Let's log this out. Right, so we get new transform. We'll info new transform sample. We'll call this NPC location. And we still have the debug in for the mesh, right? Yeah, let's get rid of the debug for the mesh. We don't really need that. So we'll cargo run. And this should give us the info, but actually I just realized that I want to rust log and get rid of everything else that's logging out and just look at my stuff. So we'll spawn an NPC, we'll spawn another NPC, and we'll spawn another NPC. And then we'll take a look at the logs. I wasn't even paying attention to where they actually spawned on screen. So we've got a vec3. Oh, right, because we're not adding it, we're setting it, right? I messed up by setting the value and not adding it to the previous value. So this should be right. Let's make this wider because I think it's going to work. So if we spawn an NPC, yeah, see? Spawning right there in the bottom. So that's spawning in a random spot on our mesh now, which is very cool. I think that it would be more fun to see this maybe scale X. GX. Do this like right here maybe. I think we want to apply that scale. I always have a better time when I apply the scale inside of Blender. So now we can see the actual spot where they should be spawning. Right? This little strip here. And they spawn in a random spot on that plane. So it's like they're coming in different doors. What kind of game am I building? I am building kind of like more of a cozy game, more of like an overcooked kind of situation. So isometric perspective, 3D. And I think it's going to be around, so for the Bevy Game Jam, the theme was cycles. I decided to do a game around like a laundromat, like wash cycles. So what I'm doing here is spawning the customer NPCs that would come in that you would then have to deal with. And, you know, then the craziness ensues when you are, you know, sorting the laundry or figuring out which machine to operate or whatever. So what we're seeing on screen right now is NPCs spawning basically like at the door. We've defined where the door is inside of Blender. We're using that mesh to sample a random location. So they're coming in wherever that door space is. And then they are tracking individual different like targets that they need to go to using this nav mesh, which is represented by the red border. The idea being that we can, like spawn customer NPCs. They'll go to some kind of target, whether that's the counter, wait in line, whatever. And our frame rate really sucks right now. But that's fine. We're running in debug mode anyway. And we're running way more, whatchamacallits? Way more NPCs and stuff than we would want to. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Mood, I feel that in real life already dealing with laundry myself. Yeah, I feel like I'm fairly happy with the idea because it taps into kind of the stresses that a bunch of people actually feel. Like it kind of, if you're overwhelmed in other areas of your life, laundry can feel like another overwhelming task that you have to deal with. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, this is already a little bit stressful. Of course, if you don't have any issues going on in your life, I'm sure you're not having trouble with laundry. Okay, so we can spawn these in now. The NPCs don't have any kind of state machine attached to them right now. They're just kind of like picking locations to go to. We need them to basically have an inventory and show up at the counter. I feel like there's going to be a lot of behaviors that we want to implement where, like, if somebody comes in and there's 5 people queued up at the counter, they probably like have a 50% chance of just leaving or doing something else. So I think the next thing I want to do is get them to go to the counter specifically. I don't think I'll handle like the line of them, if that makes sense. I think we'll be able to do the line by basically when they get to, or like by moving effectively like the target. So instead of having it be the counter, if there's one person, then the target is that person, and you can't get closer to that person than like, 1 square. So they just kind of like start queuing up in that way. I'm sure that there's going to be a way in which we do like some procedural animation where it turns into like this, kind of crowd dynamic, but going to completely avoid that for this stream anyway. Try to get them to the counter one at a time. They need to have an inventory when they get to the counter. They need to not go into the counter, like collide with the actual object. And I'm thinking in my head how I would want to do that. Do I want to put the target on the counter itself? Or do I want to put the target like the space in front of the counter? Didn't know you stream. Was going to go to bed. APAC time zone. We'll hang for a bit since what you do is cool for Bevy community. Hey, Tomo. Nice to see you. Yeah, I stream on what is effectively Saturday morning for me. So we've been going, I think, for like an hour, almost 2 hours now. 8 a.m. my time, which is PST, Pacific time. And we've been going for like 3 or 4 hours recently. So yeah, and then the recordings are always on YouTube. So if you want to hang out and watch on your own time. But I'm glad you're enjoying, the other videos this week in Bevy and stuff. Cool. So we need to separate. we've got this like random targeting going on right now. We need to kind of separate that so that we can target specifically the counter. My guess is we do something very similar to what we just did, where we have an area that the customer needs to be in, and that registers them as available to take stuff from. And then that's how we can do all the communication between entities. Each entity will have to have an inventory, so we'll do that after we do the targeting. Your character will have to be in a specific place as well to actually handle that targeting. So I think we'll have a sensor on one side and a sensor on the other. And if you have a customer in the sensor and you are in the sensor, then you'll be able to do inventory swapping. But that comes after actually getting people to the counter. And of course, this is all targeted already. It's hard-coded. We don't have a state machine, like I said earlier. So currently all we're doing is very hard-coded paths. In the future, I want to use a state machine to actually let the customers do different things when they enter the building. But for now, we're just going to do direct path to the counter. Like maybe we'll use the nav mesh, but we won't actually make it a direct line. People will wander a little bit, etc. So we have the spawner. We need like a counter. What do you call this? We need like the not like a checkout position, but like a drop off. A customer drop off location. That sounds right. And then we'll also actually need a player I'm going to name this something really long and silly. Player received from customer location. I think naming these anything else will make me confused in the long run. So I'm just going to register these types. We have to register the types to work with Blenvy, which is where we're going to maybe exit. Exit is going to be like later on. We haven't gotten to exit yet, right? Exit is going to be the customer comes in, they drop their stuff off. Maybe they leave and come back later. Maybe they, stick around and wait until their stuff is done and then they leave. But that'll be like exit, right? So I don't want to reuse that word. I have permanently broken my formatting, so we will we'll do manual formatting for the moment. Okay, register type, drop off, player received from customer location. Let's write out our registry file. What I really need to do is flip on the documentation. This is really awkward. The notify RS to bounce their... Oh, because I have file watching enabled and I'm exiting. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, you have 3 words: exit, leave, quit. So many options. Okay, so we should have access to other customer things. So customer drop-off location. I think that this doesn't have anything on it, right? Okay, there's nothing on this cube. I'm going to get rid of the cube. And I'm going to take this And I think I'm going to scale the X way up. Hopefully long enough that it will block any other items. This is going to be a collider constructor on the mesh because I don't want to deal with figuring it out. We'll do convex hull from mesh, I think is the right solution there. This is not going to be the drop off. This is just going to be like a cutoff for the nav mesh. Blenvy is awesome. They're in pre-alpha, so you do have to like get the zip file or the most up-to-date zip file from the main branch. I think there's going to be an alpha this weekend, but you know, don't hold anybody to that just because I said it. But it's very cool. So I think that we can put the collider constructor there. I want a rigid body static on this as well. And then I have a collision layer grouping thing. Collision grouping. This is one of those, like, I made this up so that it would work inside of Blender for me. And then we also need obstacle on this so that nobody tries to like navigate through it. Now, the one question I do have is when we run this with that, what is the nav mesh actually going to look like? Because we're effectively cutting the nav mesh in two with that element. And I don't know how it's going to behave. We may have to make the nav mesh just like one-sided. Okay, so this is the issue with the scaling, right? If you do it like collider from mesh, it won't take the scaling into account. So this is still behaving as if it's like a cube pre-scaling. So it's really easy to fix that for our purposes anyway. We'll just apply the scale and save out, and hopefully that will be enough. And it doesn't look like this is actually colliding with the nav mesh. I thought it was in there. Maybe it's not. I forget where I'm spawning the nav mesh. Let's scale on the Z axis a little bit. We'll just make this a little bit of a wall, I think. Again, apply the scaling. I think you scale in edit mode, then you don't have to apply the scale every time. Interesting. I think our collider is actually wrong. Maybe not. Where am I spawning this? Where did I put... Okay, game scene. Nav mesh is going to be here. This is going to be spawned. Spawner, sensor. Spawn, spawn, spawn. PBR bundle, point light. Obstacle. Washing machine. It may not be registering as an obstacle. That's also a possibility. I just want to make sure that the Z index effectively that I've placed this on is correct. Okay, here's our nav mesh bundle. I think because of the way the code is working, actually, you know what? We can check. I have more debugging here. Virtual grid. Place this here. It still feels like that isn't through the floor. Guess it is. Oh, I never added obstacle. Whoops. Yeah, you have a feeling it doesn't have a component. It indeed did not have a component. You are absolutely correct. I guess I didn't hit the button when I thought I did in Blender. So I think this cuts off that other side now. So theoretically, if we were going to spawn a bunch of NPCs, everybody will hang out on this side except for that one that gets stuck way over there. This one tried to make it through and didn't make it. It does look like there are some issues with that. What are you supposed to do in the rename, fix, update components thing in Blenvy? Probably nothing, honestly. You'll see that I have a ton of stuff in here and I'm just ignoring it. The way that I would tell you to determine whether you need to ignore it or not is if it says something like cycles, that is a component that Blender has added. If it says something like Blender Kit, that's something like an add-on has added, and so on and so forth. So just ignore those. Currently, we can't filter them out. I believe that future work will be done to filter this out automatically and that all of the Blenvy stuff will be specific. But that said, you'll see some of these are just like materials and stuff. So it's a little bit awkward. I wouldn't necessarily go through and delete everything, but I have noticed that there's some garbage in here for different things. There are valid reasons that stuff would show up here. It's just that a lot of things that show up here are also things that you just shouldn't be touching. It's unfortunate, but theoretically you would be able to like rename or like batch rename components in here and stuff like that. It's just kind of like a little debug thing. I don't know if there's an issue open for that, but in general, unless you're seeing some weird behavior, I wouldn't touch it. Okay, so all of that works. I do feel like we should only have the nav mesh on one side of the wall. Like the wall shouldn't be... How do I say this? The wall shouldn't be splitting the nav mesh in two. We should just have two nav meshes if that's going to be the case. The other problem is that I believe the nav mesh like targets don't account for the size of the objects currently. So if I spawn NPCs, eventually one of these will spawn like inside of that wall a little bit, because I believe the positions that are being picked aren't accounting for the actual size of the objects that are being spawned. but it seems fine for the moment. Yeah, I only have material warnings in there, but my materials don't get loaded, so I thought it was because of that. It is not because of that. If your materials aren't getting loaded, first make sure that your materials GLB is getting written out. So there is a materials folder, right? And this should be full of GLBs, right? There should be a GLB for any materials that you're using. The second thing I would check is to see if you're getting any warnings. Sometimes there are some loading issues here. So actually one of the things that I'm doing currently with my assets is I'm preloading all of my materials using Bevy Asset Loader. So it's possible that if you're spawning in a blueprint and you're getting something like XYZ should have been preloaded or something along those lines, it's possible that you'll want to preload those yourself. I don't think this should be necessary. But Blenvy does some of its own custom loading and looks for some of the same files. So basically what this is doing is it's preloading the files that Blenvy is going to ask for. So that when Blenvy asks for them, they're already there. If you are experiencing any of that stuff, you know, you can file an issue or go to the Blenvy channel, you know. There are also, it is so interesting that the entire nav mesh stops whenever there's an error. I don't know why that is. Yeah, if your materials folder isn't getting generated, I have a great suggestion for you, actually. Let me get, are you on like a Nix or a Unix system, like a Mac or a Linux or something? Because the answer will be slightly different if you're not, is the only thing. But basically what I would do is, if you aren't, that's fine. But if you are, run Blender from local. Windows, yeah. Okay, so this exact command isn't really going to help you. But I know that Jan has done this on Windows. So I would ask in the Blenvy channel. But on Mac OS, because that's what I happen to be on, I can run this. I'll use the debug flag. This will spawn Blender. And if I make this a little bit smaller, just because I know this is going to be a ton of output, if I open my file and I click in here and I hit save, there's a whole ton of stuff that comes out of here. This is all of the logs. Yeah. Basically launch Blender in a way where you can see the logs. I don't know what that is on Windows, unfortunately. So you might have to look it up. But one thing that I'll point out is the first time you save, you'll see a bunch of materials to export here. This is just like random spot in the output, so you'll have to go find it. But you'll end up with these, like, wherever these lines are, you'll see all of the materials that it's trying to export. And then you'll also see, like, if there's a panic happening or something like that. And panics can absolutely happen, especially if you're doing something like using Blender Kit. I've noticed specifically that if you use specific materials from something like Blender Kit, not only can the actual materials have issues exporting, but Blender Kit will add a bunch of like arbitrary metadata about the author, including like description prose. And that can be non-UTF-8 formatted. So there's a bunch of reasons why this could happen, depending on what you're doing. But yeah, look for the logs. The logs will have, because effectively the add-on is a bunch of Python scripts, right? And those Python scripts have a bunch of, you know, stuff that can go wrong or right or whatever. Okay. Let's instance the nav mesh, I think. So I'm going to go to a collection instance, nav mesh collection. This is our nav mesh. I think I want to change this. I currently am spawning it in as a blueprint, and I don't really want to change that. So I think what I'm going to do is what? I don't think there's anything I really can do about that. Now that I think about it, I don't know that there is anything I can do about that. So I'll delete that for the moment. The reason that we have that distribution for the nav mesh is actually not related to the Blender stuff. Because when we do the dynamic updating, we have to set the extents. So it is setting the extents based on the transform of the actual mesh, which is just that rectangle. So theoretically, we could just push it to the side. But I'm going to call this not an issue for the stream. I'm going to do that some other time, and we are going to do our spawners and whatnot currently. So we have a mesh that is a plane that we, oh, that's not what I want. G, Shift Z. I think we want to put this, I don't know, like right here. Right? Enough space for somebody to stand on. And then, do we do the same thing? I don't think we need to do the same thing. I think the target location is going to be able to be fetched from this automatically, as long as we have the component on it. So we don't need to really do any mesh specific stuff. The one thing that I do feel like I want to do is we'll do a collider constructor. Or we won't do a collider constructor? No results found. Collider constructor. We'll add this. This will be... I don't think we have a plane. If we put this on the mesh, we can use convex hull from mesh. But if we put it on the mesh, then we have to put the sensor on the mesh as well, I believe. We don't have actually a plane. So I think what I'm going to do is a cuboid in this spot. I'm going to make it, so these are Bevy coordinates that I'm typing in now. So X, Y, Z, we can do like a 0.1 for the sensor height. And this will be a cuboid collider on this plane location. We'll want this to be a sensor, right? We'll want this to be the customer NPC. That should have been customer NPC. Oh, well, whatever. Customer drop-off location. So we should be able to customer drop-off location, get that transform from this element, use that as the target for any of the NPCs that are spawned. Once they get here and the sensor is on, then they just kind of like wait. And then we'll also need the same thing on the other side, which will be a sensor, a collider constructor, and a different component. So in this case, this is going to be slightly offset from this wall. I think if I duplicate this, I thought Shift D was duplicate. Shift D, not duplicate. The Shift D is duplicate. Okay. And then we lock it to this axis. Let's actually lock it to Y. So we'll just be the same spot on the other side so that we have a visual indication of where to go. This will be, let's see, customer drop off sensor. And this will be player pickup sensor. Player pickup sensor needs to be not customer drop off location, but player receive from customer location. So if we save that, now we have these two locations, right? One on one side, one on the other. We should be able to get our NPCs to walk to this spot and stay there. And then we should be able to stand on the other one and do some detection. I don't think these need to be anything other than what they are. They don't need to be rigid bodies, right? They don't need to be anything else. They can just sit there. Weird output looks fine. You'll wait for issue response. Yeah. I will say that if you are not if you're not getting your materials written out, usually there is a panic in there somewhere. It's also possible that it's not detecting the materials have changed. So one thing I've done before is I've used the Blenvy crate, a custom version of it. And instead of letting it do change detection, instead of letting it do change detection, go to crates, blueprints. No, blueprints is the wrong one. I think it's save, load, and core. Because it'll be a Python change, basically. I think this is the file. Auto export is the file. And there is a materials to export here. And sometimes over the course of the last couple weeks working with it, I've noticed that get materials to export over the course of different, git commits or whatever, hashes. This needs to be like all objects, which I think you can find directly like right here, wherever this is being used. Yeah, if you replace that with bpy.data.materials, sometimes that'll kick it into just trying to export all of the materials. It's not a great solution, but I have just shown the files on stream, so I assume that you can go back if you want to and check those files out. That does require you to actually like modify the Blender add-on. So whatever you're comfortable with, really. Okay, so we've got our stuff. Let's run this to make sure that these things are in the game. And we do see that little spot over here. I always forget, 100% always forget that Blender uses 2x2x2 entities. So in this case, we've got our collider inside of the actual square, which is not really what I wanted. And it also looked like they were raised above, which they are, which I think is fine. The sacrificial cube. I have a sacrificial scene. But yes, the sacrificial cube. Both of these need to be 2x2 by whatever. Why that is the case, I actually don't know. If anybody does actually know why these are 2x2 and not 1x1, I assume it's because it's better for artists, but I don't really know. Okay, so now our little collider matches our little plane. And we need to get to that plane location. So when the customer NPC is spawned, then we want to query for the customer drop-off location. We really want the transform, and we don't need this component, so we'll just do with. This is just a marker, right? So this transform now gives us the XZ position that we need to drop off. In our case, this will be actually just the entity, I think. It does need to collide with the nav mesh. So this object probably needs to be that entity. So we actually don't even need the transform in this case, I don't think. I think we just need the entity. The sacrificial cube. The Blender cube has 2 meter sides because a developer coding Blender, Tan probably at the time, someday woke up and decided on his personal preference that will be 2 meters wide. The decision process was probably that a sphere will have a radius of 1 and the cube will correspond with the sphere's diameter. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it being an arbitrary choice does make sense. I guess a sphere having a radius of, like, not 1, like, but 0.5 might be weird. I don't know. It's not a huge bother. It just trips me up every single time I do it. Okay, spawn customer NPC, drop-off locations. We're only going to have 1 drop-off location. So... what is it? Okay, drop-off. .get single. Only 1 drop-off location is supported. I also really like this approach, even though all of these errors are a little bit more verbose and a little bit, you know, whatever to write. I really do appreciate this approach because in the future we might have multiple drop-off locations, right? And instead of the game panicking when that happens, what we'll get is, hey, this code expected 1. That isn't necessarily what it needs to be. It is a query for any of them. So maybe we do a randomization of which one each thing goes to. Maybe we do something else. But it gives us that warning rather than being like just a panic. It allows me to encode a little bit more information without actually making the whole game crash. The game crashing is a really annoying problem because it's not always like, the issue isn't necessarily that wherever it panics was the problem. So it's nice to have more logs. So drop off entity, I think this needs to be here. And this will be some. I guess technically this could just go in there, but thank you for looking that up, Akastu, by the way. Spawn NPC. Okay, so we're overriding. So we need to potentially change up this object. What we have running right now is partially some of the demo code from the Navigator plugin. Set up nav mesh. None of this matters. Give target auto and move object. I think give target auto. Target ID, we're spawning in for things that don't have paths, right? If I remember correctly. So we've got an entity with a transform and an object without a path. So actually our object is going to get overridden with this system. See, path, what is path? First remaining. Transformed path. Okay, so we can have multiple locations to get to. That's very cool. Let's go with docs. Blue navigator. Latest stable is 8. This will be path. Path is a length with a vec2. This is a path between 2 points. Coordinates for each step of the path. The destination is the last step. So this is just setting up path. So I think we could just do this ourselves instead, because it's only current and next. Current and next aren't what I see here. It's possible that I have code running locally that is not in obstacles lib updater. These are obstacles lib. Path comes from Pollyanna. Which is that what we were seeing in the docs? Results, path, a path between 2 points. If we go to the source here, this throws us into Pollyanna. Latest version of Pollyanna has a length and a path. This is the version that we are actually using. Coordinates for each step of the path, including when changing layer. The destination is the last stop. Sick. We don't have detailed layers in yet, but very cool that we can change layers. Okay, so coordinates for each step of the path and the length of the path. So if we go back to here and we have path, then this drop-off entity should have a transform with it, right? So let's go add that to our query. Entity, shared reference to transform. Path needs to come in from Pollyanna. I guess it's re-exported via the navigator, so we'll just use that. Do drop off, transform, differentiate it from our other transform. So drop off transform dot translation dot xz dot distance. New transform. .xz. And then this is, what was it, a vec of vec2s? This will be vec of drop off transform .xz. And then make sure that this issue that we're seeing is actually an issue with this path. It is. Why is that an issue? Current, next. Oh, maybe that isn't a problem with Zalige. Interesting. Okay, that's very good to know. I've been seeing an issue where my output gets cut off in my terminal, which is this issue. But that might be a new shell issue or an Atwin issue, not a Zalige issue, which is very good. I'm very happy that's not a Zalige issue. Okay, so we've got... Oh, XZ doesn't exist here. Okay, so these are going to be translations. Translation.xz. That is not our larger issue. Path doesn't have current. Path has length and path. If path doesn't have current, then what the F are we doing in here? Prelude. Did we pull path in from somewhere else? Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. That's ours. Okay. The new Pollyanna path. So this code will have to change with the upgrade. Okay. Okay. That was very confusing. So instead of this path coming in from there, we are going to pull it in from the other spot. Yada yada, customer path. Path needs to come in from create nav mesh path. So at that point, nav mesh for path, I should have written documentation for this. Path is the next point. Current is first. First is the next path to go to, or the next point to go to. So there is no next. I'll have to clean this nav mesh code up at some point. Okay, so let's see. Spawn an NPC. It goes to okay, I'm really gonna have to change that because it despawns the thing. Unfortunately. That's really funny. So when we spawn in the NPC, it goes directly to that spot and then deletes it. So we have to get rid of some of this older code, or write some new code for this pathfinding. This is give target auto. That's not what we need. Move object is technically what's doing the work for us right now. So maybe we do a different move object, I think, is what I want to do right now. So we'll do move object or move customer. And this will pull into, I guess, customer NPC. And when we get to that object, we don't want to despawn the object. We just want to stop and remove the paths in the entity. Unfortunately, removing that object will cause it to currently reorient itself. So in this case, we'll have to figure that out when it happens. And then our nav mesh plugin has move object here. But we really don't want move object per se. I don't know if I want this to be like separated or in like a bigger nav mesh plugin or something like that. So I'm just going to keep it separate for the moment, and we'll be able to refactor it later no matter what. It'll be fine. So this should operate on move customer now, which this query then needs to have an additional qualifier with customer NPC, right? And the other one in the nav mesh has to have a without on it, which will be awkward, but that's fine. So that will save us from deleting the object when we get there. Spawn the NPC, it goes to the location. And because we're not respawning any of the targets, it just keeps spawning new targets. Okay. So, not trigger nav mesh visibility, but give target auto will also without path, without customer NPC. So our customer NPCs will no longer get free targets. I feel like for the debug stuff, this should be the other way around. Instead of block listing customer NPC, we should be safe listing objects that we want to behave like that. Okay, so now we go to that location. It stops in that location. What do we do at that point? Do we just like set up a little light here? That would be cool. Let's do that. I think that's a cool idea. When this sensor is filled, let's have a little light on here. That lights up. So I want to, I guess there's this point light that we don't really need to do anything else with. So let's grab this point light, I guess, and put it here maybe. And save and just check to make sure that the point light is in fact there. Cool. And then the point light for us, let's make this a collection. I'm just going to name it activity light for the moment. We will put a sphere here. Add mesh UV sphere is I think what I want. GZ, bring it up, scale, make it a little bit smaller. X, bring it over to here. And now this should effectively be like a light shining through nothing. So it looks like its own. But it doesn't really look like that. Did I put this in the wrong spot? No, it looks like it's right to me. Let's make this bigger. I kind of expected that to just work. I need to take a look at my little things that I'm spawning in here in the nav mesh. So a sphere with radius 5, a standard material with a base color of green, and an emissive. We have an emissive on the standard material. That is not how our current material for the sphere is working. Materials, new. I am going to name this activity light material. The emission, I don't know what the strength is here. Let's make the emission green. This is times 5. So I think what I just did is I way overdid it. Yeah. Okay, so that's a little green thing right there. It's probably way too bright, I think. I think I did the strength on like a 25 or 26 or something like that, 34. So let's do something closer to 4 for the strength. We'll save that. That looks a little bit more reasonable. It's still light, but it's not. And then this then needs to have what? Does this have a component on it? We'll name this notification light, and I think this whole thing is what I want to spawn and despawn. Thinking about the best way to do that, I think putting a visibility component on this would be the best approach for us currently. The Blenvy panel doesn't want to open. There we go. That's on me. So visibility, add, and visibility will be hidden to start with. And then I guess we need a component to mark this too. So we do customer NPC stuff. We go back up to our components. We reflect another component. This is going to be notification light. This will be registered just like everything else. Register type so that we can access it inside of Blender. Save that. I will run this in a way that only writes out the registry. This is kind of a custom feature that I built into the application that turns the Boolean on for writing the registry out and then immediately kills the application. So you can see that because Blenvy logged out done exporting registry schema. Yeah, done exporting registry schema. That it is done exporting. And notification light is here. So that should start out hidden. Let's validate that assumption by actually running the application. That didn't work for some reason. That's weird. Let's check out the world inspector. I would have thought that was going to work. Maybe maybe it doesn't have the rest of the spatial bundle. Let's do notification light. Camera 2D. Let's see, level 1, children. Activity light. From blueprint, children, name, parents. Children. Notification light. Sphere. Did I not add the component? Visibility, notification light. Does this have notification light on it? No. What did I do? I messed up. All right, let's get this a little bit bigger. Okay, name, transform, scene, blueprint. It's not going to be on level 1. It should be on the activity light collection here. It is not for some reason. Name, inherited, visibility, view visibility. If we were doing this correctly, it would work. Just validated that. Are we getting some kind of warning? Okay, rigid body is not registered. That's weird. Spawning blueprints, no type registration for QBaker components. This is also some of the some of that junk that's in Blender that we were talking about earlier. Some of that comes in off the metadata, and then because it's not actually part of our application, we don't see it. So like no type registration for Blender kit, it's trying to reflect that information from Blender into the Bevy game, and it's just not there to reflect because we don't actually have that. Failed to deserialize component UUID. No type registration for assets reported. That's got to be our issue, right? So we've got notification light here. Is it an issue because I named this the same thing? Let's just name this the light for a second. And let's remove this from here. Save out, reload the registry. I feel like there might have been a naming collision there. Remember, we have to run this to actually get it to write out the registry. I wish there was a lighter way to write out the registry. It's not terrible as is, but it is definitely not the lightest weight I think it could theoretically be. Okay, so we've got the light on activity light. I think there was a naming collision between notification light and activity light in our component. So let's just run this and see if that fixes the issue. I think that's why it failed to deserialize, because there was a type registered with the same name. Although it looks like that didn't actually help. Failed to deserialize component UUID with value string. Okay, let's take this. Let's go to levels. Let's go to our GLB. Let's go to import from GLB. We'll use level 1 because that's the level that we're spawning. We will write that out to the levels as a GLTF. I will search for this UUID to make sure that it is the right thing. This looks like... What is this? This looks empty. Oh, temp scene. That's interesting. Scene library level 1. Why is that there? Let me do the thing that I said earlier. Let me save this. Let me exit out. I'm going to pull this up with the debug stuff that we had earlier. We're going to run Blender. We are going to defer updating Blender kits. We are going to open the test scene. And I'm going to add some space to the terminal before saving. Try run mode, primitives, Q-Baker. Sacrificial scene. Activity light material. Compression is available. Extracting primitive material, activity light material mesh. Looks fine. Looks like that succeeded. Did that actually, now that it says temp scene, I'm wondering if that's in the materials. The activity light material is here. We aren't seeing a load issue, are we? Failed to load, found, whatever, generate tangents. Pink fabric, loading, level 1. Loading assets for blueprint info. Attempting to spawn level 1. Failed to deserialize component UUID with value. And one of our cubes is overlapping with stuff at spawn, but we can change that later. Okay. So it looks fine from an export perspective. I am curious as to why this is an issue. We do have a way around it. But I was interested in seeing if there was an actual, like, error there. So reload the registry. Take a look at this. Visibility hidden and the light. This should work. Curious as to why it doesn't. Can try a second approach. Can do visibility here. And hide that. And visibility here. And hide that. And see what that does for us. Okay, that gets us. So it's something about putting those components on an ad hoc collection inside of a level. That's weird. Because I've definitely done that before. Let's get rid of that on-click handler. What was our other... We'll name this The Light, right? And we'll do The Light. So now we should be able to handle this. We'll just do it over all items that are marked with this. I cooked something so hard, now Bevy starts to crash randomly in Code Adventure now. What are the panics that you're seeing? Where were we? Customer NPCs. So we registered the light. We need to, when the sensor is filled by the NPC, so the NPC actually has to have a collider. Import collider, collider capsule. radius. What is our size? I don't know what the default capsule is. What is the default capsule? Capsule 3D. Probably 1, right? Capsule 3D, radius half length, default trade implementation left-hand side, source code 0.5.5. This is the radius and the length, so 0.5. And I think we're going to go with 1 here. I think that's a difference between the capsule length because it doesn't say half extent. Then the customer NPC, we will have another system here that is detect customer, what do we call this? Detect customer drop off. We'll do a function, not a function, a function, detect customer drop off. We'll have to query for I guess the customer, right? We'll do customer NPC. Actually, do we want to do customer NPC? We probably want to do sensor, right? We probably want to do customer drop-off location. And we probably want the colliding entities. Which we need to bring into scope. And then we probably also need customers. Right? So we'll get the entity and we'll get with customer NPC. And for sensor in query, I guess this is better run as a start and end collision. I think we have start and end collision in here already, right? Oop. Let's do that inside of source. We do not have start and end collision in here. We definitely have start and end collision inside of ID though. So maybe I can just go yoink that. Creates state events, app info, animation. I think it's in here. This will be in collision. Didn't know you did streams. Neat. How is Avian, by the way? I've used Bevy Rapier before. I've heard Avian is more straightforward. Also, hey, Napkin King. How's it going? Yeah, I stream on Saturday mornings. I kind of, I don't publicize it a lot, so unsurprised that people don't know. But yeah, every Saturday morning for, I don't know, like about 4 hours usually. Avian's great. I really like Avian. I don't have anything against either of them. I think they're both great libraries. Bevy Rapier, probably better for simulation. I think Bevy Rapier also has like a built-in character controller, and Avian currently doesn't. But other than that, Avian's really great. I really do like it. It feels integrated into Bevy in a way that I'm happy with, and I'm happy to run with something that is going to get better as we move forward. 4 hours is a lie is like 8. The stream? I don't know. I don't think I've streamed 8 hours on a Saturday. Is the sensors where we do our collision reading? Press to interact, query colliders, query without sensor. Fine, we'll go look at the avian docs. Apparently my code hasn't been indexed because I haven't searched on it before. In that case, collision start. This is what we want. Event reader collision started. Yada yada, entity 1, entity 2. I guess it doesn't really matter currently. It feels weird doing it with colliding entities, but that's fine. Just thinking about how I want to write it. So for colliding entities, there's no way to do an intersection, right? Like sensor colliding entities dot intersection with, I guess the customers would have to be allocated into a hash set. So customer set equals customers dot iter dot collect hash set. So we have a hash set of entities, and then intersection with other should work. Right, hash set TSA. Colliding entities will be entities, right? Why is that type wrong? Colliding entities. Colliding entities is a hash set of entities. Yep. So it'll deref to the hash set. So let's click on hash set. Let's go intersection. Intersection should take a hash set of TSA. I don't know what S is there. Type hash and allocator. Okay, given two hash sets, I should be able to give one to the other like I'm doing here. What is the issue there? Oh, because that's what happens when you copy code. Let is ready here, right? And then the other thing that we need to do is query for ready lights. And ready lights is going to be a query for anything with the light on it, I think is what we determined. And this is going to be entities again, because we are going to have to, actually, this can be mute visibility. And is that enough? I believe that's enough. This will be mute ready lights. So if is ready, for light or for visibility in mute ready lights, visibility equals visibility visible. Oh, right. This needs to be like length, count. Count is greater than 0. And then this will be dereferenced mutably, and then else, basically the same thing, but hidden. It's a little overkill to just keep running that system because we really only need it to happen when events happen, but it's fine. But yeah, I do like avian. So we'll spawn the NPC. This will go to that spot. It'll turn the light on. At which point we can now go to the other one, which we can't see. And we'll have to do the same thing on the other side. So maybe we actually want 2 lights. I think that's fine though. Let's do a pickup. So detect customer drop off, detect pickup. So we need colliding entities with, I guess we kind of need both, right? Because the other one is just really for lighting. So we need this query, and we also need player, which is going to query for colliding entities. And this is going to be player pickup location or whatever we called it. Player receive from customer location. Because I'm getting into the long names. So, got customer set with the sensor. And then player is only going to be a solo. So, let OK player colliding entities equals player.get single, else warn expected exactly 1 player, return. So this will be detect pickup. Customer set is sensor colliding with this. If there is somebody ready, in this case, we don't need to do this. We don't need to do the light. We need to do if is ready. Is that how I want to do that? Yeah, I think so. If is ready, then we need to detect whether the player is colliding with the sensor. So the... Actually, this is pickup. Pickup colliding entities. This is not player. Pickup locations, pickup colliding entities. The player needs to be one of those. With player, game scene player. Player is also going to be solo, so we will let OK player equals player.get single again, else. And this is really expected exactly 1 player, but this is expected exactly 1 pickup location. And then we return. So now we have a player and we have the pickup colliding entities. So if is ready, then if pickup colliding entities dot contains player. Let's do info ready for pickup. So at this point, I think that we would trigger some kind of substate change, and that would pop up some kind of menu. We have two options really, right? We have, if you're both standing on the locations, we can automatically transfer the inventory of one customer into the player. I don't know if we're going to have inventory limits at all. I feel like inventory limits are worth doing in a game like this, because there will be customers coming in wanting to drop things off. If you can't carry everything, then, you know, that's problematic. So we spawn the NPC. That lights up the light. We should be colliding with this right now. Oh, you know what the issue is, actually, now that I think about it? We don't want player, we want the player collider, which I have on a child of the player. So this is going to be, did I call this player collider? Spawn player, player scene bundle, name, collision layers. Oh, I didn't put it on a. So if I didn't put it there, then I should be able to query for player to look for the collider and to see if the collider is colliding with the sensor. So I think what I want to do is debug, or rather maybe info the pickup for the hash set, pickup colliding entities. And we'll see if that logs out for us. Spawn the NPC, NPC goes over. We get down off of this little cliff. Never colliding with it. Is that because I mistyped my query? Customer drop-off care, pickup locations. There is one where we would get a warning. Pickup colliding entities. We never get here, so let's put this out. Why do we never get here? That should be... That's weird, right? We must be getting there. Doesn't look like it. Let me... Oh, you know what my issue is? Oh, man, I thought about this earlier and I ran face first into it again. I didn't run the system. We're not running the system. I really thought about that earlier. And I was like, don't forget, Chris, to add this to the running set of systems, because you will forget. And then I forgot. So, whoops. So the customer goes to the location, the light turns on, hopefully that triggered. Yeah, so now we're ready for pickup. Theoretically, this could fire an observer or something, or change the state. This would pop up the inventory. So we would want the customer to have some concept of an inventory, and we could transfer that to the player. So customer NPC plugin, right? Customer NPC. This is just a marker component right now. How do we want to do an inventory is a question. Probably inventory would be generic. Probably configurable. So customers can have different sized inventories than the player. I probably also want inventories for machines. So like a machine can have 2 slots, that kind of thing. So I think this is a separate struct, right? So we derive component, and we have inventory. And inventory is something with a number of slots. Max item count, right? Max item count is a use size. Why is that an issue? Oh, right, because this is the wrong syntax. So max item count, and then probably a vec of some kind of item. This is where it starts to get a little bit interesting, because I probably don't want an enum here. I think what this turns into is a leafwing manifest of all the items that you could have in your inventory. This will be an interesting design point as we get more items. But I think for now, it doesn't actually matter. So let's just say these are strings for the moment. So you can have a max item count and a list of items if you have an inventory. I guess theoretically you could have an unbounded item count for like the player or for something, but I don't feel like splitting them up right now. They feel very related at the moment. So once we have an inventory component, we probably also want to reflect this, right? Because if we have something in Blender that we want to be an item, we probably want to be able to place an inventory on it. I don't know how vec string will reflect. So let's check that out, actually, because I'm interested in that. I think this will end up just being a list. All right, Vic, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Let's look. I think I've only got like another 40 minutes here anyway. Usually I go till about lunchtime, my time, and then my stomach is like, hey, you got to eat. Okay, so if theoretically I wanted to place an inventory on something, I could go to like the activity light and do inventory. We have to reload the registry, I think. And then hopefully we have an inventory here. Did I crash earlier? No. We exported the schema. Oh, I didn't register. Register type for an inventory. So now that will write out when we do the write back. Yada, yada, yada. We can see it loading here on the left. And then this should have an inventory in here, and it does. We'll add that, and then we get to add items in here too. So maybe it is useful. So when I think about this, I think about Leafwing Manifest, right? And I think about being able to specify items inside of Blender for specific hard-coded objects, right? And doing that with a string that then correlates to something that is a Leafwing manifest, and then can spawn that whole thing in on its own. That sounds like the right overall solution to me. But yeah, so we can access inventory in here now. If we add something in here, it could be like, I don't know, a cup. And we can have, you know, a pencil, or like, this is a laundry game, so it's like a suit of some kind. And then like shorts or whatever, you know? And then there's like negative things in here that would be like, this person has a pen in their pocket. So if you wash it with the pen ink explodes, gets all over everything. You have a pissed off customer. You got to check for pens in the thing, you know, like that kind of vibe. Or like somebody leaves their wallet in here and then they come back later and they can't pay because you threw their wallet out or something. Okay, so move customer, detect drop off to pick up. We have inventory. We have to put an inventory on an NPC. We, generally speaking, probably want an inventory on all NPCs. So maybe we put that in a bundle, but maybe not all NPCs can have inventories, so that's fine too. So we're going to spawn an NPC in, I think here, this is our customer NPC right now. So here we'll do an inventory. And our inventory will be like, I don't know, maybe they have a max item count of 5, and maybe they have a suit and like a pen. I don't know. Gotta go. Later, Miner. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. So like an inventory with 5 max items, we have a suit and a pen. What is the purpose of register type? Register type serves a number of different purposes. Mostly the reason that you would register a type, like we're doing here, is to expose the information from that component or whatever to some other plugin or system. The actual thing that's happening here is that we're taking this type, we have derived component and reflect, and then we've used the reflect attribute to reflect the component data, which effectively serializes this component's data into the type registry inside of Bevy. Now, why is that useful? Well, if we run our game, if we take a second to do that, this type registry information can be used by a number of different systems. One of those systems is, say, reflecting scene data to disk and back into Bevy. Another one is we've got this world inspector plugin right here. And if we look at the fields on these structs, the only way we can change them is if they are reflected into that component registry. So the reason they show up here at all is because they are reflected. There are ones that aren't reflected. I'm trying to find one. They all seem to be reflected, which is great. But if they aren't reflected, you'll say like state scoped app state is not reflected, and it's not registered in the type registry. So we can't modify it inside of this like little inspector plugin that uses that reflection data to actually present a UI for you to actually modify them. Like we can with these transforms, right? Like I can just drag this around and you see I've accidentally killed my little character by dragging the world floor out from under them. And then the other thing is that because we're using Blender and Blenvy, Blenvy also uses that reflection information to write out a JSON file. That JSON file then gives us access to all of that reflection data inside of Blenvy. So for example, what we were just looking at, I can add an inventory. And when I add that, I get this little UI that says, okay, what's the max item count? Maybe I'll drag this up. It's 360 now. Maybe I'll add like a pen in here. And now this is associated component data with that entity when it spawns in Bevy. So register type is useful for all of that kind of stuff. Anything where you want to like introspect the type's data, display UIs for it, build debugging tools, that kind of thing. Yeah, Inspector is heaven. It's the best thing we've got until we get a real editor. Bevy Inspector eGUI is great. It's wonderful. I like it a lot. It is, not perfect. What is? But it is definitely super, super, super useful. Yeah, so generally speaking, if you can reflect the data and you can register the type, it's probably a good idea to do so. I could conceivably think of like maybe you don't want to do that for some reason. Sure, then don't do it. It's also not required, right? Like your game isn't going to break if register type isn't there, unless you're trying to do something with the reflection data. But yeah, that's what it's for. It's for registering the types in the type registry. There is a registry.json file somewhere in my assets here. This gets written out by Blenvy. So if we were going to look for that inventory component that we were just looking at, if I can spell, you'll see like wash cycle, which is the name of my crate. Customer NPC is the module name. Inventory is the component name. Does it have additional properties? No. Is it a component? True, because we reflected component data. Is it a resource? No, because we didn't reflect resource data. It's got the long name and the items and things like that. So it's just like this JSON data effectively. I guess this is a JSON file, but that's the idea anyway. Inventory, I added that to the customer NPC, right? Yeah, so the customer NPC, everybody comes in with a suit and a pen for some reason. Maybe they're all coming off, lunchtime work or 5 p.m. or something. Okay, so we need to transfer this inventory now. We also need the player to have this inventory. So let's go to the player. Player has an inventory. Player max item count is probably like, I don't know, 20 or something. Maybe it's bigger. This is very likely, well, first of all, this is not exported from where I defined it. But this is very likely like an upgradable feature, right? So like the max item count, you'll be playing the game, maybe you make some money or something or whatever the currency is going to be. Maybe you collect some like sparkles or gems or something. And then you spend those on some upgrade and your max item count goes up. So inventory, we're not going to have anything for the player inventory to start with because we want to transfer them from one to the other in our other system. So the player has an inventory, customer has an inventory, customer NPC logic is here. It's ready for pickup. So if pickup collecting entities contains this player, we probably now want players and customers to have not just entity, but also a mutable inventory. And now this is going to cause us a little bit of an issue because we just did that hash set earlier, right? So this hash set now, we need to map for entity and the inventory, and this will be entity. We'll collect that into a hash set. So that'll fix that. And this again will be player.0 because that's the entity. And then we're ready for pickup. So right now we only have one customer that is ever on this thing at one time. So I think we'll assume that that is true. I guess we'll find the first customer that is colliding then. Customers iter map. This is our customer set. I think I'll leave that. And then in here, we don't need this info anymore, but in here we'll do sensor collecting entities dot iter. Well, not dot iter. We'll do customers, right? customers, customers dot iter dot find, and this will be entity and the inventory, which we aren't going to care about for the moment. And this will be sensor colliding entities dot contains, right? Probably. Yeah, contains entity. Let active customer equals this. So we have an option entity inventory. If we got this far, we will have a customer. So we'll expect to have a valid customer since we already validated that. And then, so we have our active customer, which gives us the inventory. This should probably be iter mute, which gives us the customer entity and customer inventory. And I think that our player is already set up for this, right? Player here. So this player is entity inventory. And this is going to be get single mute, maybe. I could see that causing a potential issue. I think that we'll be okay. We'll have a mute inventory. Let's do player entity and player inventory. And this will be player entity. And then here, if we get here, ready for pickup, we do customer inventory dot drain. Is that going to be right? Let's see, customer inventory dot items. What's the easiest way to convert this? I know that we could potentially have an issue where the player doesn't have enough space. I don't know that I care about that at the moment. Right? I think we just want to get the drain to work first. So I guess if or we get player inventory dot max item count minus player inventory dot items dot length, let available space, right? So customer inventory, we want to drain a specific set up to, you know, like 3 or something. This number could not necessarily be the right number. Drain will drain everything. Retain isn't necessarily what we want either. Removes and returns the value. Oh, we're still on hash set. That's not, hash set is not what we want. We want vec. So we've got we could iter and then take and then copy and then go back and remove. I would really love like a way to take what's this? Same as expand, works on slices. From slice, what happens if this slice is too much? Extract if is nightly, so we're probably not going to use it. Creates an iterator which uses the closure to determine if an element should be removed. If the closure returns true, then the element is removed and yielded. If the closure returns false, the element will remain in the vector. So theoretically, we could do that. Right? So like extract if whatever, probably numbers dot iter dot enumerate dot extract if, and then if less than count, we can collect that into a new vec and it will have pulled them out from the old vec. That I feel like would be what I want to write currently. See what else we've got. That would require using nightly. It doesn't look like that bad of an API. But we also don't use nightly yet, so. Oh, yeah, from 2017. Looks like it just needs a stabilization PR. Okay, split off, split the collection in two at the index. Splice, truncate. That nightly API really looks like what I want. So I think instead we won't use nightly. And we'll try to do a slice. So extend from slice should let us try to do this, right? So player, inventory, extend from slice, 0 dot dot available space. I guess if available space is greater than 0, right? I don't know if we strictly speaking need the check for greater than 0. Because why is extend from slice? One of the expressions fields has a method name of the same name, items. Oh, right, items. Items that extend from slice. This is going to be hitting random keys on my keyboard at this point. Customer inventory 0 to available space. That's probably not a U size. Cannot index into a value of mute. Okay. This is not a slice because we aren't borrowing it. Is there a borrowing issue here now? Cannot borrow is mutable. Player inventory. Mute player inventory. Okay, so if available space is greater than 0, then the player inventory is extended with the items from the customer inventory. And then to do remove items from customer. So theoretically, this should be enough to transfer items into the player across that sensor boundary. If it is, then, oh, that's not wrong. What did I do? I have a conflicting query because I basically have these things. I think one is enough, right? Actually, I didn't even read which query was the issue. I'm pretty sure it's this query though. Okay. So when we grab this inspector, we probably want to show the player scene. Player scene, where's the inventory? Inventory is right here. Max item count, empty list. Spawn the NPC. NPC makes it. Crash. So that confirms what I thought. Range end index 20, out of range for slice. So there are not enough items to fill the available space, and thus the slice doesn't work. I really don't want to do this additional, like, if this is available, then do it check. But maybe I'll just refactor it later. If available space is greater than 0, then we are doing this. If customer inventory.items is less than is less than available space, then everything else, just the available space. And this needs to be dot length. So if it's going to be everything, then it is just everything. If it's going to be only up to the available space, then it's only up to the available space. And then I believe dot items dot, I think I can just clear this, right? Is that going to be an issue? Cannot borrow is mutable. Where's customer inventory defined? Mute. Hopefully we don't run into any borrowing issues here. And then this. We don't want to clear this, do we? Okay, so if we're taking everything, then it'll be everything. If we're not taking everything, then we need to drop a specific subset or subslice of the vec. So where's remove? I want the opposite of split off. Split at spare mute, splice. Truncate. Try reserve. I guess this isn't really a vec thing to do, now that I think about it. Like to cut things off the front. I guess we'll fall back to remove. That'll be fine. If we are falling back to remove, then that is, we can rewrite this whole piece of code. But for I in 0 dot dot available space, customer inventory dot items dot remove I. So technically this should work in both cases now. I don't love that code. I'm going to refactor that at some point, but you know, sometimes you just got to get it done. Okay, so let's see. Player scene. Inventory. This is one of the downsides of Bevy Inspector Egoe is it shows literally everything. Okay, there's our inventory. Spawn the NPC. Knock off. And we get a suit and a pen. Transferred into our inventory. The other character, the NPC, should have nothing now, wherever the NPC is. I don't think I named it. I should name it. This has an inventory. Yep, and the inventory for the NPC is cleared. So that is technically random spawning off of the strip. So customers are coming in the door. They go to the counter. When they go to the counter, the sensor senses that they are ready to give their stuff. When we stand on our side of the counter, our stuff transfers directly over. Can you drain with an index? Oh, you can drain with an index. I don't know why I wasn't paying attention to that. That's exactly what I wanted. Dang. Well, let's refactor. I guess it still has to be valid, so available space, if it's everything, then it's everything. Extend from the whole slice, we don't need to drain. If it's this, then we want to drain from this slice. Customer inventory.items.drain. Transition items doesn't have a type on it. Is that my issue here? And then we don't need to remove because they're already gone. And extend from slice can be dot on transition items. That clones them all in. We don't particularly need to clone. We can move them in because we just removed them from the other. So I guess append would work too, right? Guess that's mutating the transition items, moving them out, so that's fine. Which means that we also need to make this mute. Use extend. I don't see extend. Extend from slice and extend from within, but there's no extend because we're dealing with a vec. Unless you're saying it's on a trait. Yeah. That's what the contents of an iterator. So I guess you're saying don't collect. But then we'll have hopefully drain string and extend transition items. That works out much better. Thanks for the note. I guess we can do this in one sense then, right? Let's see, player should now have the stuff. Inventory, player has the stuff. All works. Cool. Now, I think we can actually squash this, right? Because we don't need anything more than to define the range. Let item range equals this, and then we'll delete that, pull this down. And this will be, can I do that? That feels weird. This is range full and range exclusive. I don't think I can actually do that. So let's do customer inventory dot length. Items dot length. Which I like better. Spawn the NPC. And then I flipped it up. Customer inventory.items.length is less than available space. So if customer inventory.items.length, so 2 is less than available space, which is 20, then 0 dot dot customer inventory. Oh, right, because I didn't change it here. That's why. So spawn, and then stand on this and check the inspector, because for some reason I still haven't written check here. This is a great example of like something that should be a test, honestly. Except for the fact that this is probably not going to last very long. Suit pen, wonderful. All right. So that works. I like the drain. I'm going to leave them as two separates rather than wrapping them. This probably just needs to be the upper value, but I'll let it be a range for a second. Cool. I'm relatively happy with that. All right, so we got a decent amount done today. I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream. Just gonna talk a little bit about what we did. So we got this little strip bar here that spawns NPCs or customers as if they're coming in the door. picks a random location inside of the interior of that mesh boundary. We're currently using a rectangle that we've constructed from the corner vertices rather than using a uniform mesh distribution, because the uniform mesh distribution is only in 0.15 or will only be in 0.15, which is a little bit more code than I wanted to write for that, but it'll be nice to take that out in 0.15, make a little video about it or something. Once the NPCs spawn in here, they target the sensor, which we've defined inside of Blender as well. They go towards the sensor using the nav mesh, which is a direct route at the moment. Doesn't need to be in the future. Once it covers the sensor, we have another set of systems detecting that collision and turning the light on, saying, hey, we've got a customer that we need to deal with. Theoretically, we're going to be on this side of stuff, which also has a sensor, which we can walk into and then pick up the stuff and walk away. And there's probably a little bit of bug here where there's a customer here, but they don't have anything to drop off, so this light probably shouldn't be on anymore. And I think that is it. Is adding that check for the inventory easy to do? We are doing the customer NPCs, we're doing the collision checks, and we would have to check for the inventory. So colliding entities, customer drop off, customers, entity, inventory. And this would be a map. And then if customer is ready and did I not do that correctly? Map that over the entities. We still need that customer. So actually need to do the same thing here. Not there. Here? Yes. Feels like I could simplify that for sure. But we'll pull that logic up for the moment. Do I want to put that outside? If customer is ready, I want to do the check here, I think. But can we guarantee that the customer is going to be there? No, we can't. So I don't think we can unwrap here. We don't need this to be mute, and we don't need the entity. We do need the customer inventory. This is not, this is customers, yes. This is find. This is customer. This doesn't need to be iter mute. This is just iter. Is ready and customer dot one dot is sum and is what we're going to go with here. Is sum and c dot one dot items greater than 0. That length. So here we're checking to make sure that a customer standing at the counter actually has some inventory to offload before we turn this light on. So theoretically that should work. So let's see it. Spawn NPC, light turns on, we grab the inventory, light goes off. Very simple change. All right, I'm super happy with that for the stream. That's exactly what I wanted to get done today. Just customers being able to come in, end up at that location, transfer the items. I think that the complexity of this will grow over time. We'll probably have a UI for maybe picking specific items or something like that. Or maybe that'll just be like a run by, pick stuff up, and then take it to where it needs to go. The next thing will probably be dropping that stuff off at different machines. Probably going to hard code some locations for like washing machines and stuff like that. So that you have to drop them off. They spend some time doing something. Maybe you do an Among Us task and then the customer comes back probably to a different location, same concept, and you have to give the stuff back. But that'll be next time. I think that's it for the stream today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. If you are hanging out still. I definitely just kicked my keyboard. I have this thing Velcroed to the bottom of my desk, and it doesn't always stick around. If you're still around and you want to hang out in Discord, the Discord link is right there. And I will catch you all on Saturday. It's every Saturday. So, yeah. Later.